Why, hello. I'm back. Once again. Hmm. Trying to figure out how to procedurally generate caves in all the planets. And I'm drawing a blank. I have no idea how I could go about doing it. Ignore this thing. I got the save system to work though, which is good. When I ended stream before, I was trying to save things in Java, which seems to be the standard for Godot, but I found out it makes more sense for me to save things as binary, because then I can save things as vectors and arrays, which apparently Java doesn't support. But now I'm stuck again on something else, a new problem. I'd like caves to look something like this, but I have no idea how I could generate the caves using, well, all the planets are polygons. A bunch of polygons. And when I generate them here, I do clip off some stuff. I'm able to shape it into a circle. And if I were to, because I generate the circle based off of the size, so in a way it's randomly generated, but that's a very simple shape. I need to generate caves. Addicted to what game? What game? Endling extinction is forever. I'm gonna look it up. Okay. Looks cute. I'm not gonna check it out for too long, and I'm probably not gonna play it. Looks nice. I'm sure I'd enjoy it, but I don't play many games, and I have other games on my list to play before that one. So I'll probably never get to it. Well, I don't like dark and sad too much. Oh no. Well, glad it wasn't in real life. Just in the game. Still, I need... feel like there would be a nice clean way for me to do what I'm trying to do, which is to generate caves that look something like this. I made this out of a noise texture, so it is fairly randomized. Can get all sorts of different caves using that, but I don't know how I could get the collision shapes to be shaped in that sort of form. What I could do, which isn't so clean, feel like it might be too much, is have a 2D scene. The collision polygons. I could just have like could make a bunch of polygons and oh, no, that's not how I do it. Give them points to attach to other polygons. That way when they spawn in something like this. They can spawn in with some rotation. I could probably code it so that way some of these points are offset by a random amount in directions. Just seems like it's a lot. Doing a lot of work for something that might be simpler if a smarter man was making it. And all I need to do is use the geometry class to connect them. Join, I believe. Can make it so there's a chance that it splits off into two, each with their own thing, but I feel like if I do this, it could work. It could work, but seems like a lot. If I don't have to do it, I would prefer not to. But I can't find a better solution. Trying to get my attention or what? What's with the glasses? Hmm. Mm. Oh. Oh, there we go. That's what I did. That doesn't need to happen. This just needs to be some amount. What the heck does that mean? Go to 3. That was intentional. I can never tell what those things are. Looks like a cow to me. But it's probably not. How odd. And I'm still trying to figure this out. I make a variable here. Not to be rude, but no thank you. I don't have much interest in joining your Discord server, I'm sorry. I wouldn't engage much anyways. I don't typically engage with stuff like that. Doesn't equal that. Let's see. I could have two conditions. Entrances need to be opened at least for at least the amount specified here, and it needs to iterate over multiple times. So iteration count, which is an integer equals range. Oh, I'll do between 20 and 100. Why not? Now, I transform offset. Offset. This is where they do it. Equals polygon times transform 2D 0 offset. Okay. Entrance count, entrances, iteration count, iterations, the initial cave, which is gonna be that. Mm. 0, and then I need vector 2. Take by direction. I think so. I think that's it. Times 4. I think that should do it. Right. Well, I might need to change this a bit. So this is going to be an amount. This is going to be an amount. One for now. So then, what is it? Merge polygons. Okay. Merge polygons. Cave and bore. Just want the first one in the array. And now from negative pi over Alright, direction has now changed. I need cave size. I changed beforehand. Oh. Iterations increases. things. So append array. Then a direction. Size is set to random every time. You change that. Distance. That's fine. Direction is gonna have to stick. So I already have two things for now. Appending that at the start for bore in bores. Now that's an array. So bore equals that, no. Bore 0 equals that. Which gives it the random cave size. Yep. Bore times equals that, the direction. This has got to be bore direction. Which is 1. Distance stays the same. Cave equals that. Bore 0. So this is the polygon. Polygon has been modified. Times equals this is bore 0. 0. Cave. That's fine. Direction. Or 1. Does that. Iterations plus equals 1. Okay. This is a lot for me. I'm going so slow. But it has to be this way. Okay, bores equals that. Wrong. It's empty. There's that. The cave equals just this. But I'm thinking cave equals nothing. No, it can equal that. It's a nice circle from the start. The first loop this thing does shift over, so yeah, that's fine. In bores. Now, important part. Ah. which initially contains the array. Alright. Maybe long, but I understand what it is, I think. What was I gonna do? Split chance. There's a 1 in 20 chance they're going to split. Zero to split chance equals 0. Dot append. First, yeah, append. This has got to be new value. Array containing what is going to be this thing. Well, no, I can just do for 0 and for 1, but it needs to be rotated. 1 minus quantity pi over, it's just it needs to rotate 45 degrees, pi over 4. Not only that, but for 1 minus equals pi over 4, no, plus equals. They can start working on their own. Man, I hope this works. I'm putting in a lot of work. This is a lot of variables to wrap my head around. Split chance equals 0. Yeah. 4. And then I append 1. The same value. That value doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It does matter. It does matter. Now that doesn't matter. No, the circular shape doesn't matter. The position matters. The position, transform, direction, distance, that's what I've got it set as. This won't work. I need to instead bores make a variable var equals that. Okay. 4 equals distance. By distance, I'm gonna have to change distance. Distance. That's gonna have to be not here. This is determined by this. It's an array which does not contain a packed vector2 array, turns out. This is gonna have to contain which I will bring back here. Distance. Direction, distance, position. I should probably do it. Position. Vector2 equals 0. An array. This has got to be contained. An array of arrays containing the information I need. And here, transform by distance, position. No, this has got to be changed. Multiplied by, well, which is position, which I need to change, be 0. By direction, position, R. This is an float. Which equals 1.0. Direction. That'll stay. We'll set these up. Be this is multiplied by a vector 2. Wrong. Can't be a vector 2, it needs to be transform for some reason. Unless, I don't know, they use a transform here to translate polygons vertices specifically to multiply them by a transform 2D. Okay, so transform 2D, which contains this thing, which is a position. It's the offset. It needs to be from 0, because it's from 0. 0. Well, that points the offset by the respective amount. So this needs to be 2D, and within needs to be 0. Be here, because this is the position. So that's it, what it needs to be. And then it does this. Merge polygons. Why? Oh yeah, because it returns that. Split chance. Boom. Alright. If it meets the requirements, then it changes the direction, then it appends this. Be 0. At the same position. Position gets changed next frame. Or next loop. This is all done in one frame. Bors dot append array. Iterations plus equals 1. This needs to do that. So it loops over every single one of the bors. Bor. There we go. That's been modified by this, which has been modified by direction, by this, which has been modified by this. Perfect. Now with the means to expand life beyond here, digital man. Yep, there's one thing I do need to check. And I'm not sure how to do it. I want to know when it has surfaced. Size times planet chunk size. Well, that gets me divided by 2. That's the radius. Now, that would be the radius, also the distance between the center and the outer part. So now, if I'm able to detect when a vertice or position has gone outside. So then I have that. I have the position here, and that should be properly relative, properly aligned to return a valid result. Now, if B0 dot, which is a vector 2, starts off as a position, it's vector 2, and it maintains that, right? Yeah, it's just position plus equals a vector 2 that's rotated a certain direction, so yeah, it remains vector 2 like I need it to be. Dot distance to point. Let's see, vector 2 here. Distance 2, direction 2, distance 2. Between vector and 2, okay. I can just distance 2. This is vector 2, distance 2, where? Well, oh. If vector 2, 0, dot distance 2, B0 is greater than or equal to the quantity here, size times planet chunk size divided by 2. That's the radius. Then what I can do is do entrances plus equals 1. Not only that, but I can also remove it from the array of bores. So it reaches its end, and it doesn't have to be iterated over anymore. So bores dot erase the value. No, erase the value. Erase just B. Erase B. I think this should work. Even though B has been changed, I think it retains that, the array, and once it loops over again, it will have the changes made previously. That's what I'm relying on. And if that's also the case, then when it checks erase, when it looks for the value B, it will find it and erase it. I don't care about the index. Index doesn't matter in this situation. So just erase B, and it's gone. It won't iterate over that anymore. That's good. And entrances plus equals 1. Great. Now here's a funny thing. This could definitely break it. Because if it doesn't split at all, if the the entrance count is larger than 1 and it doesn't split at all, the one guy reaches there, gets erased, and then for B and Boars will be empty, so this will never get ran again. It'll keep on looping. So that's something I can't let happen. I think a way around that is simply by taking the entrance count and from the start guarantee it splits off from the center. So that way there's at least the amount, at least in the entrance count. But we'll see what I do right now. I've got a lot going on in my brain. It's hard to keep track of what I'm doing. Iterations plus equals 1. Oh. There's also a problem with that. Iterations plus equals 1. Well, if it reaches... If it doesn't split off, they all reach the end and get deleted. No, wait. Nope. Iterations plus equals 1. That's not... I don't tether that to the boards, so it will loop over. It'll continue looping over until iterations has been completed. I think. Methinks. Now this at the end returns a polygon. I've got cave. Cave keeps getting modified. At the end of this, at the end of this while loop, I have cave. And what I plan on doing this, because I've got for X, for Y, this is generating the planet chunks, all the polygons for the planet to have. And what I do is intersect each individual polygon with a circle for their individual cycle. What I can also do what I can also do is call clip. clip the polygons. Append polygon. Chunks append polygon. If not, polygon is empty. If not, polygon is empty. Chunks append polygon. Yeah. Bar polygon array equals geometry 2D intersect polygons square circle. What? Wait a second. Intersect polygons. Chunks not a pen polygon. If not, polygon is empty. Array. What? Squares a packed vector to array. This is set to be an array. An array. Polygon. Chunks dot append. Chunks. Defined up here as an array. This is meant to be. Square is the square. Sure. Circle. Cut it. It's an array. Chunks append. What am I doing here? It was working. All this stuff. But I feel like this needs to, because this returns an array. Yeah. Stated here. Of packed vector to arrays. Why do I want the other values? Shouldn't I do this and return it as a packed vector to array instead? This is odd. Array of packed vector to arrays. What did I do? What did I do? Intersect polygons. This should be only one I care about. Chunks append polygon. Also, why are these double indented? Oh. Guess I'm confusing myself today. For x in size, for y in size, chunk coordinates is determined by that. Sure. Square's just that. Chunk chords. Yep. Circle is predefined. Circle. Where do I define it? Here. I would actually like to move this down to a nice place. These are defined up here. Ugh. So, okay. This is an array with a packed vector 2 array. I append it here. So chunks, it contains arrays. Contains an array. It's an array containing a bunch of arrays, which apparently contain packed vector 2 arrays. So chunks, this should be a singular. Ah. Yeah. Okay. Because that's what it has to contain. Anyways, it's the array is for it's an array containing arrays, each representing a chunk. Within those arrays, there's the packed vector 2 arrays representing the polygons which it contains. They can be separate pieces, which is important, of course. But I don't know why I didn't set polygon. Why don't I append an array within which there is the polygon, which is set to be a packed vector 2 array? What if this returns something that I don't care about? I'm gonna do this. Because I don't care about the other value that may come out. Not right now, at least. None should pop up, but I don't know. Now, if not polygon, that is empty. Then what I want to do is what I've got is cave. Now what I can do is go with polygon equals geometry 2D dot clip polygons polygon and cave. I want 0 value. So do that, make sure it worked, then run that. Make sure it works again. If not polygon dot is empty, then I can append polygon. Wrong, I can append an array containing polygon. An array containing a polygon. The polygon. That's all I want. Cool. Done that. What else do I need to do? There's a lot of polishing I'm gonna have to do with this. I know. But anything to check before I run it? Well, let's see if it works. See if something works. See what kind of crash I get. New game. Taking a long time. I'm assuming it's because of all this I added. Or maybe it's stuck in a while loop. Which I'm thinking is the case. I want to be able to visualize this. And I think it's a good idea. Test, save. I'm just gonna create a new folder. Test. A test folder. Within which I'm going to need a script. Test GD. Perfect. This needs to have, well, I don't think so. Global universe here. If I take all of this here, copy that, bring it over here. What I have is a function process delta distance to check size 0 if vector 0 the distance to that is less than, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I think it's less than, I'm going to actually just define these variables. Size equals 10 const planet chunk size equals 128, which I think is what it is. If I look over here, 128 and size float. Wow, is that determined size max and min? Could be 10, could be 100. I'm going to just, yeah. I'll set it to 100. No, I'll set it to 20. Iterations plus equals 1, but yeah, but I do want, this is set as a while loop right now. What I'm thinking is I don't do that, I just run something every frame. But I'm going to add a polygon 2D so I can witness the greatness. Polygon equals, okay, so for offset polygon, this thing, offset polygon, ooh, interesting thing here. This is supposed to return this, right? I'm supposed to do that. Offset polygon that. Bore. That's where it becomes important. And this, I did it properly there. This time I didn't. Nope, I did. Okay, I see. Did it right here. Multiply by transform. Polygon equals cave. Polygon equals cave. Now cave is set to be that. Yeah, and that should be working good and nice. Now, instead of it doing a while loop, I just do if. If. Let's see what happens. Fancy. No. Camera 2D enabled. I wanted to drag center. Let's see what happens. It's just spazzing out. It's not moving one bit. Okay. So, distance to, should I change that to being 10? It's going all over the place, but then it returns back to 0. Distance used. Distance is used here. Rotated. B. 1, which is the direction, plus equals an amount, but it's initially set to be direction, a random direction, and it can rotate by small amounts every time. Rotated by that, var equals this here. The only thing that should be visible is cave, which does get modified here, and it seems like it is getting modified, but merge polygons, strange as it is, why is it shrinking occasionally? It should just stay big, right? It combines them. Where you have merged polygons, this performs union between polygons. Holes. Well, I don't care about the holes. This is new. Split chance. Does this. It gives more of those to calculate. And then it checks this, which it shouldn't be the case. Iterations keeps going up. What I'm gonna do. Iterations plus str iterations plus this plus str iteration count print plus str plus iterations is 1. It's remaining 1. Weird, weird, weird. Because of this. Okay, I see. Ready. Boom. Here we go. This is where things need to be moved first. Oh, wrong. Not in ready. These need to be defined outside of that. Boom. Under process, they can change random range. Entrance count, bores, position, direction, position. Oh, that needs a different name. just gonna go with bore position here, and this has to be bore position. I don't know what's wrong here. Oh, these are indented. Var bores array equals bore position direction. Where else is that used? Well, I want to check where's position used. It's not used anywhere. Okay. Let's see what happens now. Oh, things get filled in. That's not good. Instances. Well, it's done now. Right? Stops counting up. As soon as entrances equal to that. Alright. I'm gonna make this size smaller, for one thing. But that's interesting to watch. It reached it, the capacity it needed. And it stopped properly. Still, my computer is kind of lagging. I don't know why. Things get filled in. That's not a good thing. I didn't think about. A little more curvy, yep. That one generated all right. That's that. I banned him already, don't worry. How does this look? Voila. Why the heck? Oh, that's why. Nope, that's not right. Oh, in a single frame, it gained 3 entrances. I'm trying to figure out how to make cave generation. And, well, that kind of went decently. Get an entire polygon in a weird cave branching shape. Problem is, it collides with itself and fills in. And I can't let that happen because it'd make too much open space. I can increase the amount size here. Bring it back to 20. It starts getting rather slow. And it fills in this entire area. Not what I need. Not what I want. That's not gonna finish. It's here at merge polygons, I think, is the big deal. So when I'm merging a new section with the rest of the cave, that new section can be touching two separate branches. It combines them and fills in the rest. Now, when I call merge polygons, it will return both values. The value of the whole thing that I'm getting when I retrieve 0, but if I retrieved 1 instead, I would get the spot that was filled in, I believe. Cave equals merge polygons, cave bore. Now if I make a variable, call that function, and I iterate over all of the ones, I can get the polygons, but I don't know what to do with them. What I could do instead, well, that makes a cave that only meets at one point, which is also not good. Also not good. What I could do is collect, when I'm iterating over all of these, I collect all of the non-main cave polygons, and I add them back. Could be a process. think this is causing it to be pretty costly. Now what if I just joined there? It's a little faster. But also not ideal. Size enough. Should bring that down. It didn't split off at all. That's the same thing, effectively. Oh, it keeps on going. It stopped. Oh yeah, that's because I didn't add the precaution. Alright, that's when I do it. Here's where I do it. Alright. Ready. Up. Come on. Ready. For in entrance count. Bors dot append. Bor position. Ooh, it's got to append. This thing. Direction. Direction set to be random. Sure. But it's gotta be rotated. So plus an amount. 2 pi over entrance count. Pi over I rotated direction plus 2 times pi divided by I plus 1. Let's do this, see what happens. Some of them ended, they're supposed to when they reach the end. That's good. Keeps iterating because I told them to. This can be smaller. I'll put it to 60. Weird thing. Split off in 2 directions. That time. That's good. That's what it needed to do. Not really. Split off in 2 directions. Two pi over I. That's... Oh. No, of course that's not going to work. 2 pi over I. 2 pi over... So I think it would be I times 2 times pi divided by entrance count plus 1. So this is the total directions, the total amount of bores it's going to have, and actually, oop, I should not do this. Ah, dang it. This equals nothing. You're nothing to me. Let's see what happens. I feel like I did something wrong, but let's see what happens. All right, that was 1. It split off in 2 directions. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Split off in 3 directions because it's 2, and they are pretty... They're scattered the way I wanted them to. 3, that means 2. Show me a 4. That was interesting. Oh, just because it split off right away, I guess. Just like that, it split off in 2 directions. There we go. Split off in 4 directions. Properly. Because of the 3. That's pretty good. That's not bad. That's fantastic, actually. All right. So, all right. Split chance. It's after. Or P in I need to make a variable. R merge equals this right here. The total thing for p in merge dot size. I'll do that if p dot if p is equal to 0, which means it's the first in the loop, then I need to make cave equal to oh no, I got that. Merge p else offsets. I don't know. That's not right. It's not the right word. Extras. I'll just do that. Extras, which is an array with nothing in it initially. But after this, I need to do extras dot append p merge p. If p merge size expected statement found indent instead. Weird. Why is that? It's because this is indented. All right. For p and merge size. If p equals 0, cave equals merge p. Nah. Else extras dot append merge p. Okay, this will return all the holes that are created. All right. And I'm going to use that elsewhere. Right now, I'm doing all this code in a testing area. I'm gonna have to go back and modify my actual code here once I've figured it out. All right. Process. Now, if that else do one more variable is done bool equals false. F is done then what I can do is go for p in extras polygon or polygon whatever polygon equals, which is a polygon 2D equals polygon 2D dot new polygon dot polygon equals p child polygon. I also want to make the color something different. So polygon color, I think I can do that. Equals color. And this is, no, do it like this. What I want is 0.5. I want them to be darker. Okay. And then repeat once that's done is done equals true. Boom. So that way it never gets called again. If this mf I don't get it. Oh, that's right. Polygon, 2D, polygon equals cave. This is ran every frame. I think I can move it here without issue. That reveals it to me. Those are all the empty spaces. Spaces I want to be filled back in. Or, well, cleared out. Interesting. It kind of worked. Better than what I expected. That's nice to know. I now have something of a method in my head. I can refine the cave generation, of course. Right now it looks like a bunch of marshmallows. Excuse me. Let me make these a little darker. Make it look a little more convincing. Yeah, wow. That's very convincing. Makes it look like this is just, yeah. Computer's still having a hard time with this. I think it's because there's a lot of points. There's a lot of polygons there, but most importantly, there's a lot of vertices. Well, a lot of vertices. It's not the vertices, it's the polygons. There's a crap load of polygons. Triangles. To calculate. It's a lot. Now I can reduce that. I got something of cave generation going on. Hmm. Yeah. It's time to eat. So I'm gonna take a break and go eat. I'll be right back. Hey, that's what this sign says. And I'm back for another round. Now, alright, how did it end? Ended with things looking pretty good. Look at that. Beautiful. Now. Alrighty then. So, I made a few changes here. Didn't I? Regenerate planet, it's this section here. I need extras equals that. Alright, this one I have decreased down to 5. Which actually increases the value. Yep. Potential value. Now I do 4 I in. How did I do it? P in merge size, P equals 0, K if merge P. Cave equals P merge P else extras dot append merge P. It does this. Looks identical. I just use that to draw it. doors. Needs to be set to something. When ready for iron entrance count +1. Append. Board position. That's gonna be changed. Boom. For iron entrance count +1. Board position doesn't exist. It's just position here. So I think this should do that. So it starts off with a few ones. Proper. No, I don't do anything with it. Oh, well, I do something with it, and it's gonna break the game. Not good. Not good. Up here. Big. Big. What if I made the things small instead? Make them 8 to 10. I count. Set it to that. Let's do 5 planets. So everything's a lot smaller. Does it get stuck in a loop? Well, it's happening. You're just about to see it come out of my ears. I print here. No. How many times does that have to generate? It shouldn't be that bad. Let's make it a lot smaller. Nope, up here. Just one planet. 2 should be fine. No, it's stuck. It's supposed to do that. That's not happening. Something's wrong. Planet size max. Make it much smaller. Here. Can make this a lot smaller too. This is probably even more important. Cave size, I'll decrease that to direction, distance, split chance, sure. Whoops, wrong one. Oh, there we go. But it didn't do anything. Uh-oh. What did I do wrong? I have set this to... Oh. 100 is a bit much. Fear got stuck in a loop. No. Generating. While. So counting up, it gets slower over time. Let me decrease this to 1. It'll happen a lot quicker. Oh. Oh. What did something? Takes a lot longer when it actually needs to reach the surface. Now, what if I did this? I think I might have done that for the test here. Distance. Oh, okay. Okay. 10 is a lot better. And it glitched. All right. But it seems I'm getting closer. Seems like it. Three. I'll keep that at 20. Why not? Planet size, I'll increase to 10. 8 and 10. Map size. I have 2 planets. Uh-oh. Out of balance, get index 0 on base array. Packed vector 2 array. Get index 0. intersect polygons. This is the intersect one. Oh. Because it doesn't have it. Uh-oh, that's an issue. But not a big issue. Alright. Polygon equals... Wait a... Oh. 0. Index 0. Oh, array. I think it's still going to give me the issue, but I'm going to try this first. Yeah. Okay, packed vector 2 array is this. No, I can't do that. It needs to be... I'm going to call this intersect. It's just an array. If not, intersect dot is empty. Polygon equals intersect 0. Which is a packed vector 2 array. Polygon if equals that. Excuse me. Intersect the polygon. Now, I don't know if this is guaranteed to not be empty. Why not? I'm gonna check it anyways. If not polygon is empty, polygon equals problem is this could return something bad that I don't want. So I'm gonna make a new variable. Which is an array equal to this quantity here. Now if clip if not clip is empty and no, that'll be fine. Polygon equals clip. Wait. Clip polygons. Cave. Which is that? Okay. Equals clip 0. If not polygon is empty. Append polygon. I think before I do this though, I do need to check. Well, I'm guaranteeing that. generated something truly ugly. These are supposed to be caves. Gross. Oh. Coffee? I think what might be best is to borrow some code here. I got this here. Yeah, kind of. It's a space exploration game with mining, hopefully. But I need to get it to work first. So, there's that. Oh, why the heck did I remove all of that? Just need to copy it. And bring it over here. Every time this is updated, I need to... Where do I do it? Cave. Equals that. Whenever cave equals that, I need to check. This is gonna give me a bunch of errors. For the in cave dot size if v is greater than cave dot size minus 1. Cave remove at v. Let's see what happens when I do it like this then. Yeah. Seems kind of like it's doing it faster. I wonder what happens if I really increase this though. A lot faster, a lot chunkier. So I definitely could do this. I'm having big struggles trying to make cave generation for all the planets. Just want to see that again. Oh, well, that's the wrong one. And I didn't update the code, so it's not going to change a thing. It's a circle, very circular. Move at cave equals merge. Okay, here's a funny thing. If I'm doing that, they're not perfectly aligned. That should be fine. Let's try to set a pen. That if p equals 0, cave equals that for that. Do you code in Godot or any other engine or program? I've never tried this myself before either. This is a first time for me, which is why I'm struggling so much. Maybe instead of just doing it for that one, I should. For P and merge size, should start by modifying it. Merge extras append merge P. Yeah. P in merge size, so merge P. I do instead for cave size. Remove add V. Indent. Nice! Godot is my favorite too, and you know why? Because it's the only coding program I know how to use, other than Scratch. I don't know how to use any other language other than GD script. My programming experience is limited to Godot. V cave size? No, I don't want it to be that for V in. For P and merge size, I need it to be merge P size, I believe. So if V merge P, let me just copy this. At V or P size if V is greater than pass elif. Distance is met. Remove at V. Yeah. And then check this. Else extras append. That looks nice. Things are a bit less circular. Things are a lot faster than they were before. So I'm happy with that. Kind of. I'm going to have to recycle this code. Let's see. Well, not recycle. Copy it over. For P and merge size. That's already there. For V and merge P size all the way down to remove add V. right here, up a little bit. Or P in merge size. Need this, which should work. And we will see what happens. I don't think I've coded it so it actually applies the differences. So I got these real ugly caves. Real ugly. This guy doesn't have much of anything. I coded it that way though. That's supposed to be the case. Not for this guy though. What's wrong with you? Why are you blue? What? I need 2. So I have extras here under generate planet. So that means I can use that, which I need to. But I don't know how. I think this code here is actually bad. Real bad. Very ugly. I can barely read it. Game Maker. Yeah. How is Game Maker? I think I understand it to be a mostly 2D game engine. Are you able to read like what things say? I might need to increase my resolution. My streaming resolution. Because it would be a shame if nobody could ever see what I'm doing. Oh. Well, that's probably fine then. Thank you. It's a lot of stuff it has to do to make sure the planets are created nicely. Intersect clip here is with the cave, which is set up. Planet is generated. Now I do have extras. Extras is an array full of. Ooh, is it though? It is. I have coded it properly. Yeah. Extras is an array of packed vector 2 arrays. Exactly what I need. But I need to add them. I think because those would have to be added back. Problem is they might not be touching. Overlap that and that. Okay. I'm gonna have to get this here again, which I didn't change at all. Alright, I utilized that. Didn't change the value, and that's good because it's exactly what I need, I believe. Oh, so Game Maker does do 3D. I thought it was specifically for 2D. What makes you like you said you like Godot is your favorite. What makes it your favorite? It's my favorite because I don't know how to use anything else. Oh, that makes sense. I need to iterate over all of them and add back the overlap. Between those. Well, you're getting what you came for. My brain is almost fried, and I'm gonna call it at probably 8 o'clock. That's where I generally call it, but I'm gonna try to get some stuff done before then. That's a fair point. Yeah, I found their node system to be, like the tree system to be very intuitive. I was I'm pretty sure Unity doesn't do it the same way. They don't do it like these nested nodes in classes. But I don't know. Oh my. I need, cause there's a lot of variables I have to try and like piece together in my head, and it's tough. I'm not the smartest cookie in the jar. But I can, or be in extras. P in extras, that means P is going to be a packed vector to array every time. I can take square. Square and P get their overlap. I need var something to equal geometry 2D merge polygons. It's no overlap. Overlap? What is it called? Intersect. Intersect polygons square and P. Persistent small steps. Yeah. Exactly. This project has taken me to corners of Godot that I've never been before. And I've I've been struggling like the whole way through, but I mean, everything I've tried implementing has almost everything I've tried implementing has worked. Just took a lot of time, a lot of head scratches. And I'm hoping this one is the same way because I've invested a lot of head scratches into this one. Sure would suck to not get a conclusion. Ba-da-ba. So I need something to equal this. Now, this will return something to me. I need to add it back. The thing is, the chunk that this is being called on already has a shape that was defined. That's defined by the cave as well as the circle. Maybe not the circle, but most importantly, the cave. Which means it's not going to be connected. I need to have it contain 2 polygons. Append array polygon. So what I can do is get another polygon. Can I just do that? I think so. Var something is defined there, so I can't use it, but in theory, I could append I'll define a variable, iterate over all of the successful polygons that have come out and add them to the array, and then I just append that array to the chunks variable. Maybe. Oh, well, I'm trying to generate caves right now for the planets. I've made it so that way to generate a planet, it spawns in, or it takes a bunch of, basically squares and places them as chunks in one big square, and then I calculate a circle and cut off the edges. So that way it looks like a planet, a circle planet, right? And, well, now I'm trying to procedurally generate caves, kind of like this. I'll refine it, it'll look a little bit better, but it's not happening. It's a bit difficult for me. Because I can't have just a one big polygon that is the cave and cut that out of the planet, because the polygons can't have these gaps in the middle. They can't have holes in them. So I have to try and cut out the, like, I'll show you right here. This right here. I'm going to toggle comment. This is what it ends up looking like. This isn't all. I don't want this all to be filled in, because it's gonna just hollow out the planet. The only reason it looks fine here is because I just put in polygons and make their color look like the background, which is rather convincing, but it's not going to be effective in the game, because you have to actually bump into this stuff properly. So that's where I'm at. Trying to be able to generate the caves and properly use geometry to make it all work. Now I'm expecting to get a little bit close this evening, but then I'm gonna call it at about 8. And tomorrow I'll probably finish it before I stream again. Last night I was working on a save system and I was almost there, but ran out of time. Had to prepare myself for sleep and stuff. So I finished it the following morning, which was today. A simple save system. So I need to add a thing. I think it might be the case that it's guaranteed that whatever this turns out to be, is guaranteed to not be touching the polygon, which is good. I might be a moron. Maybe that's not true at all, but I'm thinking that's the case. That's good because then I just can add that to the array as another polygon. Yeah, I think procedural generation is awesome. I'm not a super smart person. I don't understand coding. Like I said, my programming experience is limited to Godot. I only started learning it a couple years ago, or a few years ago, and I've barely done any programming type stuff before then, so my programming experience is limited. And this code right here, kind of procedural generation, but I don't think a good programmer would think it's very good. It's good enough for me though. And I'm trying my best. So, extras. Now, here's a weird thing. How do I guarantee? Because I might even have more than 2 polygons in one chunk. And I don't know how to distinguish that from when I only have 2 or 1. That's an important thing. A whole lot of nothing is going on right now. How the heck am I gonna zoom in? Let me try for a moment. I don't know how to zoom in. I think if I zoom in on OBS, it's not gonna render things up for you. I would need to zoom in on this. Zoom. Ah, there we go. Is this what I'm looking for? Wow. It's really in my face now. Hmm. I think almost all of this code here is pretty bad. A lot of refinement needs to be done. But I'm mostly care just about making it work at least. I need a drink. All right. So I might have multiple of those in the same chunk. So need to run a for loop and append them to that array if and only if there is a polygon that comes out of it. Maybe that makes sense, and maybe it doesn't. I'm going to try and make an array first. Very important. What should I call it? Polygons, of course. An array. Just make it equal an empty array. 4p in extras. Well, for p in extras. Polygon, what do I use that? Is that with that? There. Sure. Then parts of it get cut out from the cave. And I need to reintroduce things from extras. So for P and extras. Extra poly equals geometry, intersect polygon square, and P. So this iterates over multiple times. This needs to be... Alright. I wonder... Because this could be... Intersect... Do I just care about this? Or do I care about the other elements? I don't know. TikTok. Zero. I don't know. What else would it return? Intersect polygons. Array of intersected polygons. Polygons. Returns an empty array if no intersection occurs. Oh. Ooh. Because could potentially be curved like that and not. So I want every single one in it. Whoop. Right here. I want every single one in it. So not just that. I need to run another for loop. Oh boy. So for P and extras. I'll go for E in extras for P in this quantity. What? So returns an array of packed vector 2 arrays. So P is going to be an array, or nope, a packed vector 2 array. All of which I care about. So I'm going to, and this only goes if there's something there, which means all I need to do is go polygons.append P. And voila. It's got to be E. E for extra. P for polygon. So that should iterate over every single one, return every single one that I get, and it should work. If I say please. So, yeah, let's define for easy peasy. Well, I mean, it did that. I don't remember modifying anything else. I hope I didn't leave anything broken, but now we can test it out and see what happens. And look at this. That's a bit too smooth there. No, that doesn't look very natural. Seems to look a little bit better than what it was before. Yeah. I didn't cross my fingers hard enough. So I wonder what's causing that. Entire things are being deleted. Entire chunks, and why the heck are entire chunks being deleted? Might be. Why'd I say might be? I didn't know. I have no idea. Might be the fact that I keep on searching for specifically 0, the first object, the first value in the array that is returned when I call these geometry functions, instead of taking in all of them. I append polygon. Ooh. Hold the. Well, that's silly. Append something very, very important. Polygon equals that. I didn't change a thing with that code I just implemented. I need to append polygons. Here we go. This is an array full of packed vector 2 arrays. It's exactly what it needs. Although I haven't put the polygon in it yet. The most important one. Polygon equals clip 0. Clip was set before. Equals that. It's the cave. If not polygon is empty, well, then I can do this. Polygons dot append polygon. Boom. And then I append the polygons to the chunk. And everything will work as intended. Or not. It's almost there. Just needs a little bit of encouragement. I don't know why those are not being affected. This entire square here. Well, not the entire thing. It was cut through a little bit. Let's look at this stuff I didn't mess with. So this entire square here has been retained, but clearly there's supposed to be caves that go through it. Right? Didn't happen. Yeah, I did watch some tutorials. I watched the one that I remember being most helpful was the one showing me the geometry class. This guy, which has all of these very, very important functions, including the offset one, which is very nice for generating a circle. I generated over up here. Yeah, circle. It's a packed vector to array offset polygon, which doesn't shift it in space. It puffs it up. And I use join type round, and it basically turns a very simple a polygon with four vertices all at 0.0. It just puffs it out and turns it into a circle, basically. I figured that out on my own. Very, very proud of it. So that's how I generate the circle. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I feel like I'm doing well, too. This is the most complicated project I've ever done so far, and the biggest project I've ever done. So it's going about as well as I could have expected. So that's good. Now, I think cave. Returns square here. Square. Intersect polygons. This guy didn't cause any trouble. The intersect didn't cause me any trouble. That's the circle. Just makes it into a circle. What's given me problems is the cave. The cave. Very important. I add that back. Square. E. Now polygon is just the base polygon. It's not the whole planet. It is. Actually, you know what? Maybe clip polygons. Returns an array of clipped polygons before difference between polygons returns an empty array if polygon B completely overlaps polygon A. Empty array if B overlaps. Where am I? There we go. Clip. If clip isn't empty, if it completely overlaps. Oh. Wait. No, that wouldn't solve the problem. But if it completely overlaps one, returns an empty array, what I do is I check if it is empty, that means the square, the chunk, got completely overlapped by the cave. In that case, I should remove it. Yeah, like I said, this code here is a mess. It's not good. I really need to refine it. I've only got 7 minutes before I need to force myself off. Pen polygon. I could. If not, clip is empty. Instead of just checking if it's empty, I could just run a for loop over all the elements in the array. If it's empty, then it won't do anything. So I'm gonna try that. Maybe I should do it for all of them. For in clip. See in clip. How do we do it for E and extras? I'll just do it like that. C in clip polygon equals that. Wrong. I don't want that. Clip 0. I want instead to append it. Kind of like I did for this. Do I just do basically the same thing there for all of them? Maybe, maybe not. I'm confused. Yeah, I have seen that. I think GMTK, which you probably know, Game Maker's Toolkit, did a video on it. I believe he did. I found it to be very interesting, but that type of procedural generation doesn't work for what I'm trying to do, sadly. Seems like I briefly looked up how to do procedural generation in Godot, or 2D procedurally generated caves in Godot. I couldn't find anything that was helpful for me, so I had to try and figure out my own method. Not intersect is empty. Now intersect, that one specifically has not given issues. I have no reason to I have no reason to change that. That one is fine. So it results in the outside of the planet. That one is fine. Polygon. This one doesn't interact with the polygon, does it? Now. No. Polygon equals intersect 0. That should be fine. If not, polygon is empty. Now, if it's empty, I don't care about that. Or instead, for polygon no for p in polygon, which should ideally, well, if it's empty, it doesn't do anything. If it's got one thing in it, which it should, P in polygon. Oh, if not intersect is empty. For P in polygon. And polygon is empty here. So if this is empty, it doesn't change polygon. Polygon is empty. And so this doesn't get called. Fantastic. So then I can clip, set that for P in polygon, clip equals geometry, clip polygon, polygon, not polygon, P. Why'd that change everything? P in polygon. Polygon. For P in polygon. It's a vector. What? It's a vector. That's true. That's true. For P in polygon. This actually, I'm wrong. P in polygon. Because polygon isn't an array with one value in it. It's a packed vector 2 array with a bunch of vertices. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I agree. Something like that could work, but I don't know. I'm trying to really lean into the procedural generation stuff. I know the caves look very ugly right now. Look at that. Who wants to go exploring that? I will modify it a little bit. There are things I can change. And randomize too, which is big. I've already done a little bit of randomization. But if I do something like this, oh, let's just see what happens. I think it spirals, kind of like that, and then it glitched. I don't know what happened there. Okay, maybe it won't work. That one seemed fine, just very small. Pathetic. Whoa. Oh, I see. It's not reaching. Oh, it's about to. There we go. Look at that. I could spiral one direction, or I could. I don't know. I'm gonna just leave it like that. Negative pi over 45. Could give it some lean bias. Uh-oh, it's 8 o'clock. I need to be done soon. Hehe. I'm very close though. I think I can taste it. Just about. I'll remember. Alright. I'm gonna be done now. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm also probably gonna be streaming tomorrow. If you'd like to join me, I would really appreciate it. I like the company. Coding gets boring. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Good night. I don't know what time it is for you, but it's just about... It's getting dark for me. Thank you, thank you. Bye bye.